There is a moment each night, just before the world falls silent, when the air holds its breath and time seems to wait. In that stillness, you may feel it, a whisper, like wind through bamboo, calling you inward. It says, "Rest now, traveler. You have wandered enough. You don't need to chase peace anymore. You don't need to fix or perfect yourself tonight. Because peace was never gone. It was only waiting for your attention to return. As you lie here, let the body grow heavy, the muscles soften, the heart slow its rhythm. Take a deep breath in through the nose and exhale gently through the mouth. Again, breathe in peace and breathe out everything you've been carrying all day. The noise, the plans, the questions, the worry. Let them drift away like autumn leaves on quiet water. Tonight, you'll walk not through dreams of chaos, but through ancient stories, Buddhist tales whispered across centuries, each one a mirror, a breath, a doorway back to the quiet center within you. You don't have to remember them all. You don't have to understand them. Just let them wash through your mind, like waves smoothing stones on a riverbed. Every word, every pause, every silence will guide you deeper into rest and deeper into the wisdom that has always lived inside your heart. For in these stories, you will find more than lessons. You will find yourself, a self that is gentle, a self that listens, a self that knows how to let go. So now, as you rest here beneath the breath of the night, let's begin our journey together. A journey through wind and stillness, through sound and silence, through stories that carry the fragrance of awakening. And as the first whisper rises, you may notice the soft echo of a bell in the distance. Faint, trembling, clear. It rings not to awaken the world, but to awaken the heart. That is where our first story begins, the bell and the wind. In a quiet temple, nestled on the edge of a misty mountain, there hung a single bronze bell. It was old, older than any monk living there, and when the wind passed through the valley, it would ring softly, sometimes clear, sometimes faint, sometimes not at all. The young novice named Ananda had been given one simple instruction by his teacher. Your task each morning and night is to listen to the bell. At first, he found this strange. It sounded too easy, too simple for something so sacred. So he sat beside the bell day after day, waiting. When the wind came, the bell would sing. When the wind was still, there was silence. But Ananda grew restless. "Master," he said one evening, "I cannot do this properly. Some days the bell rings beautifully, and other days there is no sound at all. How can I meditate on silence?" The old monk smiled, eyes half closed, as though listening to something far beyond the walls. "My child," he said softly, "the practice is not to hear the bell, but to hear your hearing." Ananda blinked, confused. "To hear my hearing?" "Yes," said the master. "When the bell rings, you chase the sound. When it does not, you chase the absence. Either way, you are lost in the wind. But when you listen without chasing, when you rest in pure awareness, you will find the bell that never stops ringing." That night, Ananda returned to the courtyard. The air was still. He sat beneath the bell, cross-legged, spine soft, breath slow. He closed his eyes and waited, not for sound, but for silence. Minutes passed. The moon climbed above the mountain ridge, and somewhere between one breath and the next, he noticed it. A subtle hum beneath everything, gentle as the pulse of life itself. It was not the bell. It was the awareness hearing it. It had always been there. The wind will always come and go. Some days it brings music. Some days it brings silence. But awareness, the still listener behind it all, remains unchanged. The Buddha once said, "In the scene, there is only the seen. In the herd, only the herd." This is the art of awareness, to be so fully present that nothing needs to be different. When you stop demanding that the wind behave a certain way, every gust becomes sacred. When you stop insisting that life sound like a song, even silence becomes enough. Awareness is not a thing to create. It is what you are when you stop trying. Now, take a slow breath in and a soft, steady breath out. Imagine yourself standing in that same mountain temple. The night is cool. The sky is deep indigo. The bell hangs before you, still and quiet. Feel the wind move through your hair, gentle against your skin. It rises, then fades. Sometimes you hear the bell, sometimes you don't. And yet, awareness remains. It watches sound come and go, just as the tide moves in and out, just as thoughts rise and fall. Breathe in, I hear the sound. Breathe out, I rest in silence. Breathe in, the wind moves. Breathe out, I remain. Now, let the bell become your breath. Let the wind become your thoughts. Let awareness become the still sky holding them both. There is no need to quiet the wind. There is only the listening. Only the stillness that never changes, no matter what passes through it. You are that stillness. You are that sky, and beneath all movement, you are peace itself. As the first light of dawn touched the bell's bronze edge, Ananda smiled. He no longer waited for the wind to sing. He had learned to hear the silence within sound. The master approached quietly and said, "When you stop chasing the sound, you begin to understand the song." And with that, the temple bell fell silent once more, not in absence, but in completion. Our next story flows from this stillness, a lesson on impermanence, patience, and the quiet trace of every step we take upon the world. It is called The Footsteps in the Sand. There was once a monk who loved to walk by the. Each morning, before the sun rose, he would leave the monastery walls and make his way down the narrow path to the shoreline. The sand was cool, the air full of salt and mist. The rhythm of the waves felt like the breath of the earth itself, slow, deep, and eternal. Every step he took left a clear print behind him. Some were perfect, shaped like petals pressed into the sand. Others blurred as the water reached them. The monk often stopped to watch the tide erase his footprints. Sometimes he tried to race the waves, stepping further inland before they could touch the marks he left. But the sea always won. One morning, he turned to his teacher and said, "Master, I walk every day, yet every trace I leave is washed away. Does nothing I do endure?" The teacher smiled gently and pointed to the horizon where the light was beginning to bloom. "Tell me," he said, "does the sunrise keep its color forever?" "No, master. It changes with every breath." "And yet," said the teacher, "does that make it less beautiful?" The monk paused. He watched as the waves rolled in and out, their foam shimmering like silk. He realized then that the beauty of each step lay not in how long it lasted, but in how fully it was taken. Everything you love will change. Everything you touch will pass. This truth can feel heavy until you see that impermanence is not loss. It is life, moving, breathing, renewing itself. The Buddha taught that clinging to what is passing creates suffering. But when we walk with awareness, knowing that each moment will fade, we begin to live fully within it. Footsteps are meant to disappear, not because they are meaningless, but because they have served their purpose, to carry you forward. To love deeply, knowing that love will change. To breathe in beauty, knowing it will fade. This is the heart of awakening. When you let the tide erase your footprints, you make space for the next wave of wonder to arrive. Close your eyes for a moment. Imagine yourself walking along a vast, empty beach. The horizon glows with soft gold light. The ocean whispers beside you. With each step, feel the sand cool beneath your feet, firm at first, then softening as you lift your heel. Behind you, a trail of footprints stretches into the distance. The tide begins to rise, inch by inch, wave by wave. Watch as the first ripple touches your prints, blurring the edges, then smoothing them away completely. Breathe in, I let go. Breathe out, I begin again. Breathe in, each step is enough. Breathe out, each moment is whole. Now feel the sea breeze against your face, gentle, infinite. It carries with it every sound, every scent, every story that ever was. You realize nothing is truly lost. It only changes form. The footprints are gone, but the sand remains. The waves move on, but the ocean stays. You move forward, but awareness is still. This is impermanence, not the end of things, but their endless transformation. As the monk turned back toward the monastery, the sun had fully risen. The footprints he had made that morning were gone, but his heart felt lighter. The teacher's words echoed like a soft tide within him. The sea remembers in silence what the sand forgets. And so he walked, not to leave marks behind, but to meet each step with presence. Our next story continues this quiet rhythm, a tale of breath, patience, and the tender art of protecting the flame of awareness. It is called The Candle and the Breath. In the monastery by the sea, evenings arrived with a hush. The salt air softened, the sky turned indigo, and a small procession of novices made their way to the hall for night practice. Each carried a clay saucer with a single beeswax candle, its flame cupped between careful hands. Ananda, the same novice who had learned to listen for the bell, walked at the end of the line. The path crossed a breezeway where the ocean wind liked to linger. Some nights, the flames leaned and hissed. Other nights, they went out entirely. When that happened, the novices would shuffle back, cheeks burning with frustration, to relight their candles. One particularly windy night, Ananda reached the breezeway and paused. The air pressed past his robes in cool waves. He watched the flame quiver, thin and high, almost frightened. Instinctively, he brought his other hand around the candle, building a shelter of flesh and breath. In the tiny alcove of his palms, the flame steadied. He exhaled slowly through his nose, and the light settled into a low, steady glow, small but sure. In the hall, the teacher noticed. After the chanting ended, he called Ananda forward. "Tell me," he said, "how did your candle survive the wind?" Ananda bowed. "I did not fight the wind, Master. I sheltered the flame." The teacher nodded. And when the mind is windy, when worry rushes like a tide, and thought arrives like squalls, Ananda hesitated, then smiled. I will shelter the breath. The teacher's eyes shone. Yes, anger, fear, urgency, the mind's weather will always change. The breath is your little candle. Do not scold the wind, protect the flame. We often think peace means a world without wind. We wait for the perfect conditions. No noise, no demands, no thoughts to begin. But the teaching of the candle is simple and liberating. The conditions may never be perfect, and peace does not need them to be. When we fight the wind, we add a storm to a breeze. When we shelter the flame, we practice intimacy with the moment. Hands close, breath slow, attention steady. The candle does not rage at the gust. It receives protection. The breath does not compete with thought. It is simply tended, kept warm, kept close, kept continuous. Presence isn't brittle. It does not shatter when life blows across it. True presence is supple, responsive, alive. It grows more luminous, not less, when we meet the wind with kindness. And this is important. Sheltering the breath is not suppression. It is care. Suppression tries to smother the wind. Care learns to cup the flame. One exhausts us, the other restores us. In practice, this difference is everything. Close your eyes gently. Let the jaw soften. The eyes grow heavy. Imagine the same clay saucer resting in your hands. In it, a small candle glows. Your breath. Breathe in through the nose for a slow count of 4. 2, 3, 4. Gently, not gripping, just a pause. Exhale through the mouth for a soft count of 6. 1, 2, 3, 4. As you breathe, imagine your palms forming a quiet shelter around the flame. Not tight, no squeezing, just close enough to shield, spacious enough to let the candle breathe. Now, picture thoughts arriving like wind across a threshold. A memory, a plan, a small ache in the shoulder. Do not chase the wind. Do not scold it. Simply bring your attention, a warm, steady hand, closer to the flame of the breath. Inhale, I shelter the flame. Exhale, the flame shelters me. Again, inhale, I shelter the flame. Exhale, the flame shelters me. Notice how the breath changes when it is cared for. The inhale grows round and quiet, like a tide filling a small cove. The exhale lengthens, pouring out like warm light. The flame steadies, and with it, the mind. If a gust comes, a sharp thought, a sudden feeling. Let your awareness widen the shelter. Imagine cupping the candle with both hands, and around those hands a gentle cloak of attention, and around that cloak a soft lantern of kindness. Layers of care, layers of light. Nothing to push away, nothing to perfect. Just a clear intention. Protect what matters. Now, let the candle become smaller, closer, an ember low in the belly. Each inhale is a careful tending. Each exhale is warm light spreading through the ribs, the heart, the throat, the face. The more you care for the breath, the more it cares for you. Whisper in rhythm with your breathing. Small flame, steady heart. Inhale. Small flame, steady mind. Exhale. Rest here a little longer. The hall of your being is quiet. The winds can do as they please. Your task is not the weather, it is the shelter. When practice ended that night, the novices filed out under a sky heavy with stars. Many flames flickered and went out in the breezeway, then flared back to life as each novice paused, cupped, and breathed. Ananda stepped into the wind and felt it pass through him like a familiar friend. The teacher's voice echoed in his chest. Do not fight the wind. Protect the flame. As he crossed the courtyard, the bamboo grove along the temple wall began to whisper, reeds bowing and rising, stems tapping in gentle rhythms, the whole grove speaking in breath-like phrases. Ananda stopped to listen. It sounded like the mind itself when thoughts rustle and hush. Our next story follows that sound into stillness, the whisper in the bamboo grove. Beyond the monastery walls, there stretched a grove of bamboo. It had stood there for centuries, tall, green, and endlessly whispering. When the wind came, the stalks would bend and sway, singing their hollow music. When the air was still, the grove stood silent as prayer. Ananda often passed by this grove after his evening meditation. Some nights, when his mind was calm, the whisper of bamboo soothed him. Other nights, when his thoughts were restless, the sound seemed too loud, 1,000 murmurs talking at once. One evening, he approached his teacher with a troubled face. "Master," he said, "when I meditate near the bamboo grove, my thoughts become like the wind. They rush and twist. I cannot find silence. Should I go somewhere else to practice?" The old monk smiled. His eyes were half closed, as though he were listening to something Ananda could not yet hear. "My son," he said, "when the wind moves through the bamboo, does the bamboo complain?" "No, master." "Then let your mind be the grove," the monk said softly. "Let the thoughts be the wind. The sound is not the problem. The clinging is. The bamboo does not grasp the wind. It bends, it sings, and it lets the breeze pass through. That night, Ananda went to the grove again. The moon was high, silver light slipping between the reeds. He sat cross-legged at the grove's edge, the wind brushing his face, carrying the scent of wet earth and distant sea. The sound began again, a gentle whoosh, a soft tapping, a rising hum as the wind deepened. At first, the sound tangled his thoughts, each gust stirring new worries. But then, he remembered his teacher's words, "Let your mind be the grove." He took a slow breath. He stopped resisting. The thoughts moved, but he did not move with them. The wind came, the wind went, the bamboo sang, and within him something opened, a stillness so vast it could hold every sound. Thoughts are like wind, unseen yet powerful. They rise and fall, move and swirl, changing direction without warning. When we fight them, we suffer. When we chase them, we tire. But when we watch them, gently, without judgment, they become music. Meditation is not about silencing the wind. It is about becoming the grove. A wise teacher once said, "The mind's nature is motion, the heart's nature is space." When you stop confusing one for the other, peace begins. To awaken is to realize that awareness does not need quiet to be still. Just as the sky does not need clouds to disappear before it remains vast. Close your eyes. Imagine the air around you cooling as night deepens. A soft wind rises, brushing through tall stalks of bamboo that surround you. Each stem sways and hums, 1,000 delicate voices blending into one sound, low, rhythmic, eternal. Now, let each stalk of bamboo represent a thought. Notice how some bend easily, how others creak and resist. The wind doesn't stay for any of them. It touches, it moves on. Breathe in slowly through the nose and exhale through the mouth. As you breathe, imagine that your mind is this grove, wide, open, green. Thoughts pass through it like wind through bamboo, touching, singing, leaving. Breathe in, I allow. Breathe out, I let go. Again, inhale, I allow. Exhale, I let go. Now listen closely. Between the sound of the wind and the silence between gusts, there is a deeper stillness. A stillness that does not move even when everything else does. That is awareness. That is home. You are not the wind. You are not the bamboo. You are the space through which both arise and dissolve. Stay here a while, breathing with the grove, Each inhale, a soft rustle. Each exhale, a gentle release. Let the wind pass through you, leaving no trace but peace. When dawn came, the wind quieted, and the grove grew still. Ananda opened his eyes and saw the sunlight filtering through the bamboo leaves, golden and trembling. He realized that silence was never the absence of sound. It was the heart that no longer struggled against it. He bowed toward the grove and whispered, "Thank you for your song." The master, watching from afar, smiled. He knew that the young monk had begun to understand what even years of chanting could not teach. That peace is not the end of movement, but harmony within it. Our next story continues this rhythm of understanding. A tale of kindness, courage, and the quiet power of compassion. It is called The Fisherman's Net. In a small coastal village lived an old fisherman named Heron. Every morning, before dawn, he would push his little wooden boat into the water, his net coiled neatly beside him. The sea was his life, his companion, his teacher, and sometimes his test. Heron fished alone. The ocean fed him, clothed him, and gave him silence. But one morning, as the mist clung low over the water, something changed. When he pulled up his net, it felt heavier than usual. He thought perhaps the catch was good, but when the net broke the surface, he saw that a small turtle was trapped among the fish, its flippers tangled in the rope. It struggled weakly, eyes wide and dark as the deep sea. For a moment, the old man hesitated. He had seen turtles caught before. Most fishermen simply cut them loose and kept their haul. But as he looked closer, he noticed the creature's slow, uneven breath, the way it trembled with exhaustion. Something in him softened. He untied the knots carefully, one by one, speaking gently, though he knew the turtle could not understand. When the last thread fell away, the turtle floated for a moment, then vanished into the blue, leaving behind a swirl of light and bubbles. The fisherman sat still. His hands trembled. Around him, the ocean shimmered, alive and breathing. For the first time in many years, he did not cast his net again. He rowed back to shore and sat by the rocks, listening to the tide. In that rhythm, the pull and release of the waves, he felt something awakening inside him. A memory, perhaps. A truth older than words. He whispered to the sea, "When I freed that turtle, I felt as if I had untangled a knot inside my own heart." Compassion is not charity, it is recognition, the quiet knowing that there is no other. The fisherman's awakening is the same truth the Buddha revealed beneath the Bodhi tree, that all beings are woven into one great net of life. When you harm one strand, the whole net trembles. When you heal one strand, the whole net shines. In Buddhist philosophy, this is called interbeing, the understanding that every leaf, every breath, every heartbeat is connected. You are the ocean and the wave, the fisherman and the turtle, the net and the one who weaves it. True compassion arises not from pity, but from awareness. It is seeing yourself in another's eyes and acting from that recognition. Close your eyes. Imagine yourself sitting by the ocean at dawn. The air is cool. The sea breathes in slow, rhythmic tides. In your hands, you hold a fishing net. It is not made of rope, but of light, thin strands that shimmer gently in the morning sun. As you lift it, you see that some parts are tangled, knotted by worry, by old pain, by misunderstanding. With your next breath, begin to untangle them. Each knot you loosen is a soft act of forgiveness, a small moment of release for both yourself and the world. Breathe in. May all beings be free. Breathe out. May all beings be at peace. Again, inhale. May all beings be free. Exhale. May all beings be at peace. Now, imagine the net spreading wide across the sea, its threads glowing softly beneath the surface, connecting every ripple, every creature, every life. Somewhere, a bird dives into the water. Somewhere, a child laughs on the shore. Somewhere, a heart like yours begins to heal. You realize there was never a net to cast, only a web of connection to remember. The turtle swims freely now, and so do you. The old fisherman never fished again. Instead, he became the caretaker of the shore, repairing broken boats, mending nets, and helping others release what had once bound them. When travelers passed by, they sometimes found him sitting on the rocks at sunset, staring out at the waves. They would ask, "Old man, what do you see out there?" He would smile and answer, "I see the knots that once held me, and I see the hands that let them go." As the years passed, people began to call him the keeper of the sea, not because he owned it, but because he had learned to love it without possession. And so our journey continues, from compassion toward generosity, the next step in the awakening heart. Our next story is called The Clay Lamp. Long ago, in a small village near the great Bodhi temple, the monks prepared for a grand festival of light. Each family was asked to bring an oil lamp to offer at the temple steps, a gesture of reverence to the Buddha, whose wisdom had illuminated countless hearts. The villagers spent days polishing brass, molding new vessels and filling them with fragrant ghee. Their lamps were large and golden, designed to burn through the night. But at the edge of the village lived a young girl named Suma. She was poor. Her hut was made of mud and straw, and her father was ill. She had no brass, no ghee, no money. On the night of the festival, she watched the other villagers carrying their shining lamps up the hill, each one glowing like a little sun. Tears welled in her eyes. Then from the corner of the hut, she saw a small clay cup her mother had once used for medicine. It was cracked, but whole enough to hold a few drops of oil. She looked around. There was almost nothing left in the house, but in a small jar, she found a bit of sesame oil meant for cooking. She poured it into the cup and took a thin thread from her own scarf to use as a wick. Her lamp was tiny, trembling, almost nothing, but it was hers. She carried it carefully through the dark, climbing the stone steps to the temple. When she reached the altar, the great golden lamps of the wealthy already lined the courtyard, their flames leaping high. Her hands shook as she placed her small clay lamp among them. For a moment, she thought it would be swallowed by their light. But when the monks began to chant, a gentle breeze moved through the courtyard. Many of the large lamps flickered and went out, their flames too tall, their oil too heavy. Only one flame remained steady, the tiny clay lamp. Its light was soft, clear, unwavering. The abbot noticed. He asked, "Who brought this lamp?" Suma bowed shyly. "I did, Venerable Sir. It is small, but it was all I had." The abbot smiled, his eyes glistening. "Child," he said, "this lamp burns with the strength of sincerity. It does not shine because of its oil or vessel, but because of the purity of the heart that offered it." Sincerity. This is the quiet fire that never fades. The Buddha once said, "Even a single act of pure intention outweighs 1,000 done in vanity." We live in a world obsessed with brightness, with showing, with proving, with more. But the light that heals the heart is simple, honest, and humble. It asks for nothing but presence. The clay lamp reminds us that enlightenment is not a grand achievement. It is the natural glow of a kind and steady heart. No matter how small your offering, if it is sincere, it carries the whole universe within it. When you give from that place, without pride, without expectation, your light cannot be extinguished. Close your eyes, breathe in softly through the nose, and let the breath fall out through the mouth. Imagine yourself standing in the temple courtyard at night. Hundreds of lamps surround you, their flames swaying gently in the wind. In your hands, you hold a small clay lamp. It's warm from the touch of your palms. You strike a tiny spark, and the wick catches. The flame rises, fragile at first, then steady. Now look around. Some flames flicker, some fade. Some shine too brightly and waver, but your small flame remains calm, quiet, alive. Breathe in. My heart is light. Breathe out. My light is peace. Breathe in. My heart is light. Breathe out. My light is peace. Now, imagine lifting your lamp. You hold it high, and its glow touches the lamps of others. One by one, they reignite until the entire courtyard glows again with gentle radiance. You realize light shared is never lost. The heart that gives grows brighter. The lamp of sincerity lights the path for all beings. Stay here for a few breaths. Feel the quiet warmth spreading through your chest. Feel the light resting behind your closed eyes. And let that warmth guide you back into stillness. When dawn broke over the temple, the clay lamp was still burning. Its small flame flickered softly in the morning light, like a heartbeat that had never stopped. The abbot left it there for 7 days, saying to the monks, "Let this lamp remind us that purity of heart outlasts all grandeur." Suma returned home with a smile. Her father asked, "Did they see your lamp?" She shook her head and said, "It doesn't matter if they saw the light, only that it was shining." And so, we move now from the light of sincerity to the thread of mindfulness woven through every act of love and labor. Our next story, The Weaver and the Thread. Far from the temples and villages, in a small hut by a river, there lived an old woman named Lyra. She was a weaver. From dawn until dusk, the rhythmic sound of her loom filled the air, a soft clack, 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 like the beating of a quiet heart. Each day, she sat cross-legged before her loom, spinning cotton into fine thread and thread into cloth. Her hands were wrinkled, her back slightly bent, but her touch was steady and full of care. People came from far away to buy her fabrics, not because they were perfect, but because they carried something that could not be measured. One afternoon, a young monk from a nearby monastery came to her hut. He watched her work for a long time before speaking. "Mother," he said, "your weaving is beautiful. What secret pattern do you follow?" Lyra smiled without pausing. "I follow no pattern, child. I only breathe." "Only breathe?" the monk asked. "Yes," she said softly. "Each breath becomes a thread. Each thread becomes a prayer. When my mind wanders, the thread tangles. When I return to my breath, the cloth flows again. The pattern makes itself." The monk sat beside her, listening to the rhythm of her loom, the click of wood, the whisper of thread, the hum of wind through the open window. After a while, he asked, "Do you not tire of doing the same thing every day?" The old woman laughed gently. "Each day is different, though the loom is the same. Yesterday's thread was full of sunlight. Today's thread carries the scent of rain. If you look closely, you will see that no two threads are ever alike, just as no two breaths are ever the same." When she finished speaking, she took a piece of cloth from the loom and handed it to him. It was simple, soft white cotton with faint patterns that shimmered when caught by light. "This is for you," she said. "Take it back to the monastery. Let it remind you that mindfulness is not found in temples alone, but in the weaving of every moment. The Dharma lives not only in scriptures, but in small, repeated acts done with love. Every stitch, every breath, every kindness, each is a thread in the great tapestry of awakening. When we bring awareness into our daily life, we become like the weaver, patient, steady, compassionate. Each movement becomes a meditation. Each mistake becomes an opportunity to return to the breath. And with time, even the simplest work begins to shine with sacredness. The Buddha taught that a mindful life does not need to be extraordinary. It only needs to be wholehearted. When you work, just work. When you breathe, just breathe. Let your actions be woven with presence, and your presence will become the cloth of peace. Close your eyes. Listen for a rhythm within your own body, the pulse, the breath, the quiet ticking of life beneath the surface. Now imagine sitting at a loom. Before you, a single thread stretches out, golden and soft. Your hands move gently, guiding it through the warp. One movement, one breath at a time. Breathe in. I gather the thread. Breathe out. I release with care. Breathe in. I weave in love. Breathe out. I rest in peace. With each inhale, awareness sharpens. With each exhale, the cloth of your being becomes smoother, clearer, brighter. Soon you see that you are not separate from the loom, that the weaver, the thread, and the pattern are one. The sound of the loom fades into your heartbeat. The thread dissolves into breath. And you realize that everything you do with mindfulness becomes sacred. Folding laundry, washing dishes, comforting a friend, or simply breathing beneath the night sky. Each act is a thread. Each thread, a prayer. When the monk returned to the monastery, he offered the cloth to his teacher. The teacher held it up to the morning light and smiled. "What pattern do you see?" he asked. The monk bowed his head. "I see only stillness, master." The teacher replied, "Then you have learned what the loom was teaching." From that day forward, the monk approached every task, sweeping floors, carrying water, tending to the sick, as if he were weaving with the breath. And so, our next story continues this gentle thread, a story of small hearts doing great things, of compassion expressed through courage. It is called The Sparrow's Offering. There was once a great forest that stretched for miles, green and ancient. It was home to countless beings, deer and foxes, monkeys and birds, each living in their own rhythm beneath the canopy of light and shadow. One summer, the rain did not come. The leaves turned brittle, the rivers shrank, and the earth began to crack. Then, one dreadful afternoon, lightning struck a dry branch, and fire spread across the trees like a living beast. The animals fled in panic. Flames roared and smoke filled the sky. Even the great elephants ran, their feet shaking the ground. But among them was a tiny sparrow. She had lived her whole life in that forest, her nest woven in the crook of an old fig tree. When she saw the fire, she felt terror, but also something else, a fierce ache to protect her home. As others ran, she flew to the river. She dipped her beak into the water, flew back toward the flames, and shook out the single drop she carried over the burning trees. Then she did it again, and again, and again. Other animals stopped and shouted, "Little one, what are you doing? You'll burn yourself. You cannot stop this fire." The sparrow hovered, wings trembling, and said, "I cannot put out the fire, but this is my home. This is my forest, and while I still have wings, I will do what I can." Then she flew back toward the river once more. Up in the sky, the gods were watching. One of them, moved by her courage, took the form of a rain cloud and drifted down. Soon, drops began to fall, softly at first, then heavier, then like a song of mercy. The fire hissed, dimmed, and finally died. When the forest awoke again, the air smelled of new earth and wet leaves. The sparrow, tired but unharmed, returned to her tree. A few feathers were singed, but her heart burned bright and whole. The Buddha, hearing this tale, once said, "No act of compassion is ever wasted. A single drop of water can summon the rain." Kindness does not ask about size or success. It does not measure by results, but by sincerity. The world is filled with great fires: anger, greed, injustice, fear, and sometimes they seem too vast to change. But if you act with compassion, Even in the smallest way, your drop becomes part of a great tide of healing. This is the way of the Bodhisattva, to keep offering, even when it seems too little, to keep loving, even when the world burns. The sparrow reminds us that peace is built not by heroes, but by small, steady acts of care. A word of kindness, a moment of patience, a single breath of forgiveness. Each act ripples outward, unseen yet unstoppable. And one day, when the world rains again, you will know that your drop was part of the storm. Close your eyes. Breathe softly in through the nose and out through the mouth. Imagine standing at the edge of a vast forest after the rain. The air is cool, the ground damp beneath your feet. You hear water dripping from the leaves, small drops, steady, endless. Now, in your hands, imagine holding a single drop of water. It shines in the light, trembling, perfect. You know it cannot end the fire by itself. And yet, you offer it. You lift it toward the sky and let it fall. It joins the river, then the clouds, then the rain. Breathe in. My drop matters. Breathe out. My heart is enough. Breathe in. I give with love. Breathe out. I rest in peace. As you continue to breathe, see the drops multiplying from your hands, from others, from all beings. A great rain begins to fall, soft and warm. It washes over the earth, cooling the flames, feeding the roots. The forest breathes again. You feel the rhythm of giving and receiving, of life nurturing life. This is compassion, not the fire's opposite, but the rain that remembers how to fall. The forest grew green again, and whenever it rained, the other animals said they could still see a small sparrow dancing among the drops, not to boast, not to save, but simply because her heart had learned the joy of giving. The Buddha once told his monks, "A heart that gives is never empty. A life of compassion is never small." And so we continue, from compassion toward clarity, from the rain of kindness to the mirror of wisdom. Our next story begins in silence, with a monk watching the sky reflected in a puddle after the storm. It is called The Mirror of Rainwater. After the great rains, the temple courtyard was covered in shallow pools of water. Between the stones, reflections shimmered, clouds drifting, leaves trembling, the moon breaking into 1,000 silver fragments. Ananda stood at the edge of one of these pools, watching the ripples dance. Each time a breeze passed, the image of the moon bent and wavered. When the air stilled, The reflection became whole again. He turned to his teacher and said, "Master, the moon seems to change shape with every gust of wind. Is it truly the wind that moves it, or the water?" The teacher smiled. "Neither," he said. "The moon has not moved at all. Only your seeing has." Ananda looked again. The same moon, the same water. He realized then that what he called the world was, in truth, the play of his own perception. His thoughts were the wind, his mind the pond. When his mind rippled, everything seemed to move. When it grew still, all became clear. The teacher continued, "When you look into still water, you see clearly what is above and below. But when you stir the surface, even with the smallest motion, the reflection breaks. The mind works the same way. When it is restless, it distorts what it touches. When it is calm, it reveals truth. Do not chase clarity. Simply stop stirring." We spend much of our lives trying to fix the reflection, to polish the surface, to make the water clear again through effort. But the Buddha taught that clarity is not something to create. It is something to uncover. When you stop reacting, when you allow thoughts to settle naturally, the truth begins to reveal itself. You see not what you wish to see, but what is. This is wisdom, not knowledge, not thought, but a clear seeing born of stillness. When the wind of craving stops, when the ripples of fear fade, the mind reflects reality like calm water mirrors the moon. Nothing added, nothing taken away. Close your eyes. Imagine you are standing in the temple courtyard after the rain. The sky is soft gray, the air cool and clean. At your feet lies a shallow pool of water, still except for the gentle breath of the wind. Watch how the clouds glide across its surface. Notice how each movement distorts the reflection, a reminder of how thought shapes perception. Now, take a slow breath in through the nose and exhale gently through the mouth. As you breathe, imagine your exhale smoothing the water. With each breath, the ripples slow, and the reflection becomes clearer. Inhale, the wind moves. Exhale, the sky remains. Inhale, thought arises. Exhale, awareness stays. Now, imagine the pond so still that it no longer seems to separate sky and earth. The reflection and the real merge. You can no longer tell which is above and which is below. This is the natural state of the mind, open, luminous, without division. Stay here for a few moments, resting in this clarity. You are the sky. You are the reflection. You are the stillness that holds them both. When the teacher left the courtyard that evening, the moon was high and whole. Ananda remained by the water, his reflection gazing back at him. Not separate, not the same. He whispered, "When the mind is still, even the stars fall into place." That night, the puddles slowly dried, leaving only a faint trace of light upon the stones. And with them, the understanding that true seeing does not depend on the eyes, but on the quiet of the heart that looks. Our next story deepens this vision, a tale of humility and transformation, of clay that learns to become what it once feared. It is called The Potter and the Clay. In a small village by the river, there lived a potter named Dea. Her hands were strong, but gentle, and her pots were known throughout the valley for their perfect curves and smooth, shining surfaces. People often said her work was blessed, that she could shape clay as though she were shaping breath itself. But Dea carried a secret pride. She believed that her skill came from control, from the power of her will to force the clay into obedience. One day, a wandering monk stopped by her workshop. He watched silently as she worked, the wheel spinning beneath her palms, the clay rising like a tower, then collapsing again. "You seem troubled," he said softly. Dea sighed. "This batch of clay is useless," she said. "It's too soft, too wet. It won't hold shape no matter how I press." The monk smiled. "May I sit?" She nodded, still frowning, as he settled cross-legged beside her wheel. He said, "Tell me, do you make the pot, or does the pot make itself?" Dea laughed. "Of course I make it. My hands, my strength, my skill. That's what gives it form." The monk dipped his fingers into the spinning clay, barely touching it. "Then why does it fall when you press too hard?" She paused. The question lingered in the air like the echo of a bell. "Clay," the monk said, "is a teacher of humility. When it is too hard, it cracks. When it is too soft, it collapses. It yields not to force, but to patience. The potter's hands do not control the clay. They listen to it." Dea fell silent. She began again, more slowly this time. Her fingers softened, her breath aligned with the rhythm of the wheel. Instead of commanding, she allowed. Instead of shaping, she followed. And as she did, the clay rose gracefully beneath her hands, a perfect bowl, round and calm. When it was done, she whispered, "It was the clay all along, wasn't it?" The monk smiled. "It was never clay, never potter, only balance. The same balance that holds the stars in the sky and breath in your chest." Humility is not weakness. It is the gentle wisdom of knowing that we do not shape life by force. We co-create it with awareness, patience, and trust. In every practice, meditation, work, relationship, the ego wants to control, to perfect. But life, like clay, resists the heavy hand. It listens only to gentleness. The Buddha once said, "Be supple, like the reed that bends in the storm. Those who are rigid will break. Those who are humble will endure." When we learn to soften, we discover true strength. Because only the soft can take shape. Close your eyes. Take a deep, slow breath in through the nose, and let it fall gently out through the mouth. Imagine sitting before a potter's wheel. In your hands, a lump of cool, wet clay. You place it at the center and begin to spin the wheel. It hums softly, steady and sure. Now, place your palms lightly against the clay, not pressing, just touching. Feel the texture, the smoothness, the slight resistance. As the wheel turns, breathe with it. Inhale, I listen. Exhale, I allow. Inhale, I listen. Exhale, I allow. With every breath, the clay begins to take shape. Your hands move not by will, but by intuition, guided by rhythm, by patience, by softness. The bowl rises effortlessly, forming itself around your awareness. You realize you are not making the pot. You are allowing it to become what it always was meant to be. Now, imagine the clay glowing faintly, as though light from within begins to shine through. It is your humility, your stillness, your compassion made visible. Breathe in that light. Let it fill your chest, your throat, your hands. Exhale and feel yourself softening, becoming pliant and kind. No longer rigid, no longer controlling. Simply alive, shaped by wisdom, shaped by love. When the monk departed, Daya offered him the bowl she had made. He accepted it with a bow and said, "When you drink from this bowl, remember that form and emptiness are one." That night, Daya placed her hands in the leftover clay and smiled. For the first time, she felt the earth not as something to mold, but as something sacred to meet. And so the days turned quietly, the bowls multiplying like reflections of her new heart. Simple, open, unforced. From that humility, clarity deepened. And clarity, as we will see, has its own echoes. Our next story continues this journey, a story of voice and response, of the truth that the world only answers what the heart sends forth. It is called The Mountain and the Echo. Far to the north, beyond rivers and valleys, there stood a range of mountains so vast that dawn had to climb their shoulders before touching the land below. The villagers who lived nearby said the mountains could speak, that whatever words you shouted into the canyons, the mountains would send back to you. Some called it magic. The monks called it truth. One day, a young king came to those mountains. He was wise, yet easily angered, proud of his power, sharp with his tongue. That morning, after a bitter argument in his court, he rode away from his palace, seeking silence. But silence was not what he found. When he reached a high pass, he dismounted and shouted into the valley, "My people are ungrateful." The echo returned, "Ungrateful." He clenched his fists. "They never listen. Never listen." The king grew furious. "You mock me," he roared. "Mock me. Mock me." The mountain replied. His face burned. He drew his sword and struck the air as if he could cut down the voice that dared to insult him. The clang of metal echoed through the cliffs, and for a long while, nothing else was heard but the restless sound of his own breath. At last, an old hermit appeared, walking slowly along the trail with a staff in hand. He bowed and said softly, "Your Majesty, may I ask, who are you fighting?" The king scowled. "This cursed mountain. It repeats every cruel word I speak." The hermit smiled. "Then perhaps it is not the mountain that is cruel." The king frowned. "What do you mean?" "This valley only returns what it receives," the hermit said. "Try offering it something different." The king hesitated, then called out again, not in anger this time, but with a curious heart. "You are beautiful." The echo came back. "Beautiful." He blinked, surprised. He tried again. "I am grateful." "Grateful," the mountain answered. And in that instant, the king understood. The mountain had never been his enemy. It was his mirror. The hermit poured him a cup of tea from the flask he carried and said, "The world is a mountain, and your mind is its echo. If you wish to hear peace, speak peace. If you wish to be loved, offer love. The mountain is innocent. It only reflects the sound of your heart." The king sheathed his sword. For a long moment, he stood in silence, listening to the wind weaving through the peaks. And when he finally spoke again, his voice was soft as the breeze itself. "Forgive me," he said. The mountain whispered back, "Forgive me." Everything we send into the world returns to us. Words, thoughts, intentions, all ripple outward and echo back in time. This is karma in its simplest form, not punishment or reward, but reflection. When we fill our speech with anger, the world sounds angry. When we fill it with gratitude, the world becomes kind. It is not magic, it is resonance. The Buddha taught, with our thoughts, we make the world. What you offer even silently, shapes what you perceive. The mountain and the echo are always one. The world listens carefully to the tone of your heart. Close your eyes. Imagine standing at the edge of a vast mountain valley. The air is crisp and thin. A quiet wind moves between the peaks. You take a deep breath in and release it slowly. Now, call out softly into the open air, not with your voice, but with your heart. Choose a single word or phrase to send outward: peace, gratitude, love. As you breathe out, imagine the valley carrying your word across miles of sky. Wait a moment. Then, listen for the echo returning, not from the mountains, but from within your chest. Breathe in, I hear the world. Breathe out, the world hears me. Again, breathe in, I listen deeply. Breathe out, I speak gently. With each cycle, your words become slower, softer, until there is no difference between the sound and the silence, between the one who speaks and the one who hears. This is harmony, when the heart no longer argues with its own echo. The mountain is not speaking back to you. It is singing with you. When the king returned to his palace, the courtiers noticed something had changed. His words had grown slower, his gaze calmer. Even disagreement felt different, quieter, safer, touched by understanding. That night, as he walked through the halls, he saw a servant placing a clay bowl over a lantern to keep the wind from blowing it out. The room dimmed instantly. The king lifted the bowl away, and light flooded back across the floor. He smiled, remembering the hermit's words, "If you wish to hear peace, speak peace." And he realized, sometimes wisdom, like light, must not be hidden. It is meant to be shared. Our next story begins there, in that humble act of uncovering what was always bright, the lantern under the bowl. When wisdom wants to shine. In the quiet halls of the same palace, the night was deep and windless. A young servant moved carefully through the corridors, lighting small oil lamps in every corner. Their warm glow pooled softly across the marble floors, like liquid gold. But the wind that slipped through the high windows sometimes made the flames tremble. Fearing that they would go out, the servant began to place clay bowls over each lamp to protect them. The air grew dimmer, the corridors darker. Soon the palace that had once shimmered with light became a labyrinth of shadows. When the king walked through the hall, he noticed the change. "Why has the palace gone dark?" he asked. The servant bowed, ashamed. "Your Majesty, I only wish to guard the flames from the wind." The king smiled gently and lifted one of the bowls. Instantly, the light spread, touching the walls, the ceiling, even the face of the servant. "Look," the king said, The flame was never in danger. It was suffocating only because we tried to protect it too much. The servant looked down, embarrassed, but the king placed a hand on his shoulder. "Your heart was kind," he said, "but remember, light lives by shining. Wisdom grows by being shared. Do not hide what was meant to guide." We often hide our light, our insights, our kindness, our gifts, thinking the world will not understand, or that our glow is too small to matter. But in doing so, we smother the very thing that can help others see. The Buddha said, "Just as a lamp does not speak but gives light, so truth does not argue but reveals. Wisdom does not boast, yet it also does not hide. Its purpose is to illuminate quietly, to show the way, not through noise, but through presence." There is a difference between humility and hiding. Humility lets the light shine naturally, without claiming ownership. Hiding keeps the light trapped beneath fear and doubt. You do not need to be perfect to be radiant. You simply need to remove the bowl. Close your eyes. Take a slow breath in through the nose and release softly through the mouth. Imagine you are sitting in a darkened room. In front of you, there is a small lamp. Its glow muffled by a clay bowl resting on top. The air feels heavy and still. Now, reach out in your mind's eye and lift the bowl just a little. Watch as a thin beam of light escapes, dust motes dancing within it. Lift it higher. The light expands, spills across the floor, climbs the walls. The whole room brightens. This light is not separate from you. It is the light of awareness, the gentle clarity that has always been there beneath the weight of worry and fear. Breathe in, my light is safe. Breathe out, my light can shine. Breathe in, I am the flame. Breathe out, the warmth. Now, imagine opening the windows. A breeze moves through, but the flame stays steady. It dances, yes, but it does not go out. It is alive, flexible, unafraid. Let this light reach outward, beyond your room, beyond your mind, touching the hearts of others who are still in shadow. You do not force the light upon them. You simply let it be. Feel the warmth in your chest spreading, glowing, quiet. This is what happens when you stop hiding your wisdom. You do not become brighter alone. The whole world brightens with you. That night, when the last lamp was uncovered, the palace seemed to breathe again. Light shimmered along the corridors like water in motion, and the king stood for a long moment beneath its glow, feeling both small and infinite. He realized that wisdom is not something you keep. It is something that keeps you. The flame gives life to the lamp, but it also depends on the lamp's openness to shine. And so, he ordered that no lamp in the palace should ever again be covered, no matter how strong the wind became. From that decision came peace, and from peace came a new kind of stillness, the stillness that exists when the outer light meets the inner calm. Our next story drifts into that stillness, a parable of trust, reflection, and following the light that guides you home. It is called The Bridge of Stars. After the lamps were uncovered, the palace felt different at night, lighter, quieter, as if the corridors themselves could breathe. Yet beyond the palace walls, the world remained as vast as ever. And on certain evenings, the king would walk alone to the far edge of his lands, where the river widened into a dark and mirror-still lake. One moonless night, clouds hid every trace of sky. The path grew uncertain, the reeds whispering like secret voices. A thin mist rose from the water and drifted over the shore, softening everything into a single shade of midnight. The king paused. He had planned to return by starlight, but the heavens were empty. Only the sound of water touching the shore kept him company, one gentle breath at a time. He took a tentative step and felt wet stone underfoot. He took another and another. Then the mist lifted just enough for him to see a strange brightness blooming across the lake. A wide band of trembling light stretching from where he stood to the far bank. It looked, for all the world, like a bridge of stars. He blinked, wondering if his eyes deceived him, but the light remained, flickering, steady enough to guide his feet. He stepped onto the first stone, then the second. Each one rested just below the surface, shallow and firm. The bridge did not rise above the water, it shone through it. As he moved forward, the path behind him vanished back into darkness, as though the night were gently closing a door he no longer needed. Ahead, the river sent its quiet pulse through the stones, a rhythm that matched his breath. In, out, in, out. Halfway across, a wind slid low over the lake and broke the surface into ripples. The bright band scattered into 100 fragments. The king froze, heart climbing into his throat. Without the light, all he could see was black water and the suggestion of depth beneath it. He shut his eyes. He listened for the rhythm he had felt in his feet. There it was, soft, patient, like the beating of a drum far away. He placed his palm upon his chest and found the same rhythm there. In, out, in, out. When he opened his eyes, the ripples were still dancing, but now He could sense the stones by their coolness through his sandals, by the faint difference in sound as water lapped against their edges. He stepped again. The wind lessened, the lake smoothed. Bit by bit, the scattered light returned to a single silver path. A shape moved along the far bank, a figure in simple robes, carrying a small lantern. The king's first thought was relief, but then the figure stopped, set the lantern down, and covered it with a clay bowl. The glow vanished completely. The king lifted his hand, the old urge to call out pulsing in his throat. He remembered the lesson of the palace lamps, and he smiled. He did not need the distant light. The bridge was already beneath him. Step by step, guided by breath, and by the subtle glimmer stitched into the water, he crossed the last span and reached the shore. The robed figure had already gone, leaving only the faintest circle of warm air where the lantern had been. He stood for a long moment, looking back. The sky, as if pleased with his crossing, drew apart its curtains of cloud. Stars awakened everywhere, piercing, tender, innumerable. Each one appeared in the lake as well, a second constellation trembling upon the surface. Only then did he understand. There had been no bridge built of stones and light. There had been a reflection, true enough to guide him, real enough to walk by, but born from the meeting of heaven and water, from the marriage of stillness above and stillness below. The mind, he realized, is the lake. The teachings, the stars. When the surface grows calm, wisdom lays its path right through the heart of fear. We often ask for a sign, an external certainty, a loud lantern in someone else's hand. But the path reveals itself when the water of the mind is steady and the breath remembers its rhythm. The bridge of stars is not a trick. It is the natural alignment of three simple things: a quiet sky, truth; a quiet lake, awareness; and a quiet walker, trust. If any one of these stirs violently, the reflection breaks, and the way seems to vanish. But the stones are still there, just beneath the surface, felt through the soles of the feet, sensed in the body's knowing, discovered by a faith that does not insist on seeing before stepping. Buddhist wisdom calls this Shraddha, a tender confidence born from practice, not from guarantees. It is not blind belief. It is the courage to move with the breath, to test the next stone gently, to let stillness be your lantern. When the wind of doubt rises, do not demand a brighter sky. Soften the lake. Let your breath gather the ripples and smooth them into silver. You will find the path where it has always been. Inside the quiet that you cultivate. Close your eyes. Let the jaw soften, the tongue rest, the brow smooth. Imagine you are standing at the edge of a moonless lake. The air is cool. The world is listening. Take a slow inhale through the nose for a count of 4. Hold softly for 1. Exhale through the mouth for a count of 6. Again, inhale 1, 2, 3, 4. Hold. Exhale 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Now see the clouds begin to thin above you. One star appears, then another, then 1,000. The lake grows calm and mirrors the sky until heaven and water seem to touch. With your next breath, picture a faint band of light forming across the surface, not on top of the water, but within it, a subtle path of shimmering stillness. You lift your right foot and find the first stone, cool, secure, present. You place your left foot upon the next. Inhale, I trust the breath. Exhale, the breath trusts me. Inhale, I step with awareness. Exhale, the path appears. If a wind rises, an anxious thought, a memory, a doubt, feel it pass across the lake. Do not argue with it. Let your exhale lengthen, smoothing the ripples. Sense the next stone with your attention, the way fingertips sense silk. It is there. It has been there all along. Continue for a few quiet cycles. Step, pause, breathe. Step, pause, breathe, until you feel the opposite shore arrive beneath your feet. Steady ground, warm air, the soft relief of having trusted what you could not yet see. Now, turn and look back. Notice that the bridge is not a fixed object. It appears where breath and stillness meet. Carry that meeting within you. Whisper gently, I am guided, I am held, I am home. The king left the lake by a narrow path through reeds that brushed his knees and whispered like prayers. Behind him, the stars kept their vigil. Before him, the dark opened easily, as if it remembered him. He knew he would return to the palace with no story of miracles, only a lesson. When the mind is a clear lake, the sky will show you how to cross. And later that night, as sleep gathered around him, he dreamed he was traveling the world in search of a teacher, only to awaken with a start and find the teacher breathing in his own chest. That is where our final tale begins, a dream that becomes awakening, a seeker who discovers there is nowhere left to go but here. The sleeper's awakening. Finding the Buddha in the first breath. In a small monastery, surrounded by whispering pines, there lived a young monk named Tenzin. He had spent many years studying the Dharma, memorizing sutras, reciting chants, sitting long hours in meditation. But still, a question haunted him, one that even the wisest monks could not answer for him. "When will I awaken?" he asked his teacher one evening as the sun melted behind the mountains. The old abbot smiled gently. "When you stop searching for the moment of awakening," he said, "you will find it." But Tenzin did not understand. He bowed, thanked his teacher, and continued his practice with greater determination. Longer sits, deeper breaths, more hours without sleep. One night, exhausted from effort, he fell asleep during meditation. He dreamed he was walking through an endless desert, searching for the Buddha. The sand glowed with moonlight, and the air shimmered like silver glass. He walked and walked until his feet bled, yet no temple appeared. No teacher called his name. At last, he saw a faint light on the horizon and ran toward it. When he reached it, he found a figure sitting beneath a tree, calm, radiant, unmoving. Tenzin dropped to his knees. "Master," he cried, "I have been seeking you for so long." The figure opened its eyes and looked at him with infinite compassion. "Then wake up," the Buddha said. Tenzin startled and found himself back in the meditation hall. His lamp had burned low. Dawn was only a breath away. Around him, the other monks sat peacefully, their breaths slow and even. Outside, a single bird began to sing. He rubbed his eyes, unsure whether he was still dreaming. The world shimmered, not in some mystical light, but in a quiet vividness he had never noticed before. The sound of the bird was clear, the air cool against his skin, his breath rising and falling like a tide he had always been part of but never truly felt. For the first time, he realized he was not late for awakening. He had never left it. We chase enlightenment as if it were a star we must catch, but it is the sky itself, the space in which all stars arise. The Buddha never promised a grand event of awakening. He pointed to something far simpler, the clear knowing of this moment before it is named or measured. Each breath is a doorway. Each blink of awareness is the Buddha smiling through your eyes. The seeker and the sought are one breath apart. To awaken is not to escape the world, but to see it as it is, impermanent, luminous, breathing, and profoundly enough. When Tenzin asked again, "When will I awaken?" the answer was already there, pulsing in his chest. Now, now, now. Close your eyes. Let the body rest in the cradle of the present. There is nowhere to go. Nothing to improve, nothing missing. Take a slow breath in through the nose and let it drift out through the mouth, unforced. Now, become aware of the moment just before the next inhale, the soft stillness before movement, the quiet before the wave returns. That stillness is awakening. Inhale gently. Feel air touch the tip of your nose. Slide down into the chest. Expand the belly. Exhale slowly. Notice how each breath begins and ends without effort. You are not the one breathing. You are being breathed by life itself. This is the Buddha breathing through you. Inhale, here. Exhale, now. Inhale, I am awake. Exhale, I am peace. Notice the tiny space between breaths, a pause where awareness simply rests, neither inhaling nor exhaling, neither striving nor surrendering. That pause is home. In that pause, you are no longer a monk or a seeker, no longer a name or a story. You are the breath of the universe folding back into itself, infinite, silent, alive. Stay here for a few moments. Let the body grow heavier, the mind lighter, as if sinking slowly into a vast, luminous sea. If thoughts arise, let them drift by like clouds across an open sky. If emotion stirs, let it ripple once and settle. The sky does not chase clouds. Awareness does not chase thought. You are awake within the dream of sleep, the space that holds both silence and sound, the peace that holds both breath and stillness. As dawn crept into the monastery, Tenzin bowed to the cushion where he had sat. He did not rush to speak, or to celebrate, or to define what had happened. He simply placed his palms together and whispered, "Thank you for this first breath." Outside, the pines shimmered with dew, each drop reflecting the rising sun like 100 tiny worlds. He walked into the morning light, smiling softly, not because he had found the Buddha, but because he finally understood that he had never been apart, and so the long journey ends where it began, in a single breath, a single moment of stillness, a single act of gentle awareness. Let this story fade into your breath now as we enter our final closing meditation, a space of deep rest, gratitude, and peace. The Buddha is breathing with you. You are already home. The stories are ending now. The words have grown soft The world around you is quiet and dim, like a candle burning low in the night. Let yourself rest in that quiet. There is nothing to do, nowhere to go. You have already arrived. Gently bring your awareness to your body. Feel where it meets the bed, the softness beneath you, the warmth of the blanket, the weight of stillness cradling every part of you. Let the shoulders drop. Let the hands rest easily. Let the jaw unclench, the tongue soften, the eyes drift behind the lids. Your breath moves like a tide against the shore. Inhale, and the wave comes close. Exhale, and it drifts away. You are the shore, unmoving, patient, eternal. If there is any tension left in the body, imagine a warm light pooling around it, like sunlight melting frost. Let that light spread from the top of your head down to your heart, from your heart to your belly, from your belly to your feet. Each exhale is a letting go. Each inhale is a gentle return to peace. Now, feel your breath slow and lengthen. With each exhale, the body becomes heavier, sinking deeper into rest. With each inhale, the mind grows lighter, as if floating just above the surface of sleep. Notice the space between your thoughts, soft, quiet, open. That space is not emptiness. It is awareness itself, wide, clear, and kind. In this space, there is no rush, no past to fix, no future to chase. Only the gentle rhythm of this breath, and this one, and this one. You are safe here. You are held by the earth beneath you, by the silence around you, by the same breath that has moved through every living thing since the beginning of time. Imagine that you are walking barefoot through a night garden. The air is cool, carrying the scent of jasmine and pine. The path beneath your feet glows faintly, lit by the reflection of distant stars. You come to a small pond. Its surface is so calm that the sky seems to rest inside it. You sit beside the water, feeling its peace reach into your chest. A gentle wind stirs. Tiny ripples move across the pond, catching the starlight. You realize that the light above and the light below are one. Heaven mirrored in earth, awareness mirrored in you. The wind fades. The pond returns to stillness. And in its reflection, you see your own face, not as you think you are, but as the universe sees you. Pure, whole, already enough. From the pond rises a single lotus bloom, opening petal by petal. Each petal holds a word of truth, peace, compassion, patience, surrender, love. You breathe these words in. They dissolve into your heart like morning mist. Inhale softly. Exhale completely. And repeat silently in your heart. I am safe. I am loved. I am peaceful. I am free to rest. Breathe in again and let these words sink deeper. I release all that no longer serves me. I let go of the stories of today. I forgive myself for what I could not change. I trust the wisdom of life unfolding. Now, as the body grows heavier and the breath slows further, each breath is a blessing. Each moment is sacred. I rest in the presence of peace. I sleep in the arms of compassion. Feel these affirmations echo softly through you, like gentle bells ringing far away, each one fading into stillness, each one guiding you closer to sleep. The stories have quieted now. The light has softened to a single glow in the distance, the light of awareness, still steady, still here. Let that light grow dimmer, not gone, but tender, a lamp beneath the heart, burning low through the night. You have traveled far, across mountains and rivers, through forests and dreams. You have listened to the wisdom of the fisherman, the weaver, the sparrow, the potter, the king, and through them all you have met yourself. Now it is time to rest, to let the teachings sink beneath thought, to let the stories become breath, to let breath become peace. If sleep is near, do not chase it. Let it arrive like the tide returning to the shore, natural, unhurried, whole. You are not falling asleep. You are falling into awareness, the quiet knowing that everything is already complete. The Buddha said, just as a lamp lights many others without losing its flame, so the heart that shares peace never runs out of peace. May this peace stay with you. May it follow you into dreams and return with you at dawn. May it fill the space around your breath and the silence between all things. Now rest, dear one. The stories have ended, but the stillness continues. Breathe in, breathe out. Light fading, mind quiet, heart open, peace within.